This.
Shade Wolfen was first.
Oh, wait. Forgot to apply this first. Okay, it's close. Yo! Art Dad and the Misfits. A 140 stream streak. Just a little one, just a small one. Just a tiny one. Shade Wolf. Easy first. Very nice. Alright, we got that back. We open Sekiro. There. We open the saves. All right. Let me know if anything is off. I did change some stuff for the charity marathon, and hopefully I got everything changed back. I should have just downloaded a separate version of OBS so that it didn't get possibly messed up, but oh well. Oh, I should also send out the notification in the Discord. Forgot about that. Oopsies. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Close enough. I was trying to make a better notification with some sort of emote to express back to the grind, but couldn't find one, so whatever. Yo. Yo, what up, Yathlon? Back to the grind. What's happening? Well, I'm practicing Sekiro. With my double deathblow trainer. GG's in T1D, thank you. It was fun. Saw it coming from a mile away that everyone would have 0 points at the end. Me too. I kept being like, oh, it would be so funny if we all had 0 at the end. Haha, wouldn't it be so funny if we all had 0 at the end? Nah, but nobody would ever donate to make sure that we all have 0 at the end. Haha, that would just never happen. One early, so close. Hit me. Oh, one early again. So close. All right. Didn't get the double death blows, but otherwise that was solid. Why do you have to be perfect on Ishin death blow? To get the double death blow. Gotta be frame perfect. Six. Right. How wants him to win? Chris wants, or everyone wants Josh, or everyone wants Chris to lose, and Josh is just nice. Yep. Josh was chilling for an hour and a half until he got in the lead. Yeah. Whoops. I changed the metronome sound. I did a little. Not on purpose. I was just trying to experiment with it, and then I discovered that my current code was not generating it in the same way, so... I remade something that is maybe kind of similar to what the previous one was, but I don't know. But... Like, I don't know what's optimal for a metronome sound, you know? My thought was, oh, a shorter sound will be more precise. And then it's like, it ends up just kind of being harder to hear and calibrate yourself with if it's too short. One late. Oh, but I got it anyway. There's the double death blow. Sheesh. And there it is. Nice. That's why we need it to be perfect. Are you playing sounds or some sort of synthesizer? I'm creating a .wav file and then playing that file at the right times. I'm creating two different .wav files. One for the regular tick sound and one for the high-pitched tick sound. They are generated using math. If there's any, like, science on, oh, humans tend to do best with a metronome that has a tick that sounds like this, then, like, I'll make it sound like that. But I expect it doesn't matter too much. Well. I got the load into nothing from AirSwim. Honestly, think it's different per person. I kind of doubt it. I mean, what you like to hear is obviously preference. I kind of doubt that, like, for this person, they can react best when it goes, ah, 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 ah. Like, you know. If it doesn't sound like a sine wave. It is a sine wave, though. Let's try that. That was late. I could tell that was late. Before it even told me, I knew I was late. It's a sine wave that decays. Here, let me show you. You get a sample rate. You get a number of samples. You set the stuff for I in range of number of samples. Tone equals math.sine 2 times pi math.pi times frequency times t, where t is 1 over the sample rate. And then an exponential decay on that. And then the volume. And then you write it. That's about it. It's actually very simple. Yep. I don't know why I got the black screen on that previous quit out, so I don't know if I was too far forward, left, right, back, up, down. There are 6 directions that I could have been too much in one of them. Oops. Like, I do wonder if maybe you make some sort of, like, sound that, like, preempts when the correct timing is. Like, I don't know. I don't know what would be the absolute best for just, I want to time one single input as best I can. Software that generates sounds from samples of musical instruments, was thinking about something like that. I feel like that wouldn't be any better. I feel like if anything, that would be slightly worse. Not like worse, but like, whoops. If the only goal is to click the button at one specific time, then like having a lot of overtones from an actual instrument seems like it would make that more messy rather than more clean. Early. Yeah, that was way early. Oh god, I'm trying for a double death blow here. Too late. I don't think I live this. I do not. Okay. Making it as offensive as possible so it sticks out? No. It just, whatever is easiest to hear, the beat, you know, is gonna be best. So a simple sine wave, probably not bad for that purpose. Because something offensive is just, like... You're not going to be focusing on the beat, you know, you're going to be... Like, to make something offensive, it would be... Probably more stuff going on. Less simple. Less easy to just... listen for the exact timing. About ba, 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 ba. Whoops. The world record of this category on YouTube. Yep. I mean, it's easiest to find on speedrun.com, but it is also on YouTube. You just might have a bit of a hard time finding it. On speedrun.com, it just links you right to it. Imagine I got the double death blow for no reason. Whoops. Why did I press that? Four early, really? I could believe early, but I didn't think it was four early. That should be late. Yeah, 3 late. Anytime you, like, think about, like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, try to be a little later than last time, it's like, oh, then you're gonna be way too late. There we go. Proof that Sekiro is a rhythm game. Exactly. Load those wave files and keep them in memory. Yeah. I mean, they're just in... None of that matters. None of that matters. I don't remember if it does that already, but it doesn't matter if it does that or not, because the latency doesn't matter, because it's all self-correcting. It's all, oh, there's extra latency. It's 10 milliseconds later, or it's even 50 milliseconds later. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's why there's an offset. That's why it attempts to play it early, and then, you know, ends up playing it on time. That is the base offset and adaptive offset that I have at the bottom there. The base offset is I find that on average, it's around 8 frames that I would be too late if I made no adjustments. So I have a base of 8 frames, and then it adapts based on how I enter things. I mean, if you have ideas for how to make it better, I will absolutely at some point, you know, just... Once I'm happy with it having all the features I want, just post it, and then you can make it better in any way that you see fit. You'll probably find a lot of ways that my code sucks. Especially because I did let AI touch it. And any time that I let AI touch it, it was like, oh, let me just clean that up for you. Deletes half of the entire user interface. No, I wanted that, actually. So... felt pretty good. Okay, too early. That makes sense. Living, somehow. Too early again, okay. Oh. I only get 3 lightnings and then we're totally out. Okay, there we go. That would be a pretty bad Ishin. Often see that when wanting to hit a certain beat, it increases the volume of the beat you want to hit, not just the tone. Yeah. Oh no. What up, Kiara? Sure, but it doesn't, none of that matters because it's not a continuous metronome. A continuous metronome, of course, right? You're training yourself, conditioning yourself over multiple, why have I forgotten the name for it? 4/4 is every 4 beats is a measure? Over multiple measures. But since I am doing it as there's just 4 beats from when I press the first button to when it happens, it doesn't really matter what the last one is. I made it higher pitch because why not? I could also make it louder because why not? But none of that should really make any difference. Wonder when Ishin jumps, can you shuriken him? Probably, but it does, like, a tiny bit of damage. It wouldn't, like, knock him out of the air or anything. How many frame perfect strats are there in this run? Yes. What's your time goal in this category? World record! Which is 23:40? Got the frame date on the screen. That's how you know it's serious. Yep. I made a trainer for any frame perfect input, basically in any video game. You just tell it your inputs and your intended frame, and then it gives you, it creates a metronome for you for that exact thing that you want. And then gives you feedback of whether you were early or late. So even if the game doesn't tell you, the trainer itself will tell you. And if the metronome is off, which it will be, it automatically adjusts itself based on how you're pressing it, so until eventually it's perfect. Which does not guarantee that you will be perfect, but eventually the metronome will be perfect with your average. So if you are constantly pressing it a little bit after the beat, it will, you know, speed up the beat so that when you press it is correct, rather than when the beat happens is correct. Perfect. Easy double death blow. Sheesh. That's so extra. Not really. Like, that's actually kind of what you really need from it. Like, without that, you'd have to constantly go and constantly be manually updating it because it's not going to be perfect. So it perfecting itself is way better than you having to adjust it manually every single attempt. Nice. Just be perfect. That was perfect. Is this the only use case for it? It could also be used for zips in Elden Ring. It could also be used for monkey skip in Sekiro. It could theoretically be used for ogre skip or double canyon, but both of them you don't use a setup. So it only would help for a setup version. So it wouldn't help with either of those. Basically anything that is a frame perfect setup, it would help with. Technically, it doesn't even have to be a frame perfect setup. Could be a, you know, 2-frame setup or a 5-frame setup or whatever, but has to be a setup that is timed. The time between 2 inputs has to be what you want. You press the attack button for the double. Yeah, you just perform a death blow, which is just the attack button. Gonna pull this out for the next what run in Archie? That's untying for a second earlier in the event. Yep. To be honest, I won that event. You know why I won that event? OOT. Ah, yeah. Because I'm the one that came up with the idea that raised all the money for charity. I am taking credit for the success of that event. One early. So close. Oh, early. Oh, early. I mean, he's doing it to charity to protect the sanctity of Rick. Yep. And at the end of it all, that was the goal. Oh, because he was up against the rock, he got to act early. Darn. Yo, Shia LaBeouf. Importantly, not spelled like the actor. 35 stream streak. I like the dangerous head. Felt the need to point that out. Pretty funny watching everybody else like. Uh-oh. Try to go for a specific route to nab bosses nobody else would go for. Meanwhile, Aggie was just running his DRL route. Yep. Uh-oh. he's like, I've got practice in this. Well, let's see what happens if I quit out here. Yo. Morning or afternoon or evening. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Wait. Is that The Rock? Dwayne? And then if I quit out here, does it work? All I can say is double great swords is lame. What? Double great swords is awesome. You're lame. Okay, well, we get the black screen. Wait to die. What was the idea? We let chat donate to remove one of the bosses we killed. It was like a points-based, you kill a boss and then, oh, you killed, you know, Bofa. That's only worth 1 point. Oh, you killed Promised Consort. That's worth 10 points. And it's randomized, so you have no idea, you know, what bosses you're going to be killing. And then we let chat donate to just remove our bosses. Because it was also a lockout format. Once you killed a boss, nobody else could kill it. Except that since we donated, it went back into the pool and then somebody else could claim it. So if you killed a really high value boss, chat would donate to try to get rid of it. And then other people could then be like, aha, I know where the high value boss is. I'm going to go for it. Aim a little lower than where I was going there. Double greatswords isn't even as good as double, like, colossal. That's the meta. But we didn't find 2 colossals, or at least I didn't. Dual wielding Serpent Hunter? I don't know if dual wielding great spears is good. Genuinely no idea. The man with the $7,000 idea. Heck yeah. Yeah, early. I can tell it's a little early. Really too late. I thought it was, if anything, maybe just slightly early, but this kind of shows how precise it is. You can never be exactly sure where you land. Oops, forgot that I was out of health. Honestly, who needs health? Simply die and revive to get health. Alright. This boss fight is so cool. It is, it's really cool. Done with your hour-and-a-half shower. That seems like a very, very long shower. What did I do? I didn't jump. That's right. Supposed to jump there? I went to play Sekiro and take weeks to beat him. Aw, yeah. Well, now that you've seen some of the speedrun strats, you know, maybe it won't take weeks. Going in blind, he is still one of the hardest bosses, like, of all time. You should play Sekiro. I mean, if you want to, if you enjoy it. Why do you look away when you Mortal Blade? Because it's faster. It's to dead angle. It's so that he won't block. No, okay. Okay, we didn't get the black screen. I thought we did. Oh. Okay, that's the way that he cheesed me in the actual run I did.
Good luck, Mitch.
Yo! Yui, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Wee raid. Have I been saying it wrong this whole time? No, clearly it's wee. The chatters have clearly shown that it's wee. That's clearly what I must call you from now on. Oh, how was the Elden Ring? Whoa, that felt pretty good. Too early, really. No, I got it. Yeah, I knew I was right. My trainer said I was too early, but I could just kind of feel that I got it. I was like, damn, that felt good. Can you do a lightning, please? Thank you. Boom. A Soul's Bow Marathon. Ah, sounds horrible. Sounds just the worst. It is interesting that it said I was too early. It said the time between mine was 2,771 milliseconds. Interesting. We're doing a big science here, yeah. I mean, like, the trainer is still working great for what it's supposed to do. It's just supposed to get me to the right thing, which it's doing. But interesting that it is possibly one single frame off of what it should be. Demons, Souls, and Elden Ring so far, and it hasn't been too bad. Unless you fight an NPC. Oh. Actually, how many frames is... So... 2,771 milliseconds divided by 1,000 to get seconds, multiplied by 60. 166.26. Yeah, that would just straight up round down. Like, even with a polling thing, that would only make it 167, not 168. Interesting. I wonder if it is supposed to be 167. Omnic has the frame data. But I thought it was 168. NPC fights are the worst? Yup. They're terrible. Wait, does that... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, where am I? Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, oh, no. Yeah, death. I had something to eat now. All right, have a good one. Should keep track of millisecond number when it worked, so we know it could work in that range. Sure, that's the earliest millisecond number that it has ever worked at. It should be a range of at least 2 frames worth, of at least 34 milliseconds worth. Possibly 3 frames worth. That can possibly work, but wouldn't usually, or wouldn't always. First Souls game you played was Bloodborne. Was that a good one to start with? Yeah, probably pretty good. I don't see any reason that wouldn't be a good one to start with. I would say the only 2 that are probably not good to start with are Dark Souls 2 and Demon's Souls, because they are very different in how they approach a lot of things. And you could get the wrong impression about the rest of the Souls games from them. But I'd say all the rest are just fine to start with. Pretty early, really. Thought I was closer than that, but... Why did he miss? Oh, and then we get the one attack that trades with you. I see 2771 to 2807 working at least once. So a range of almost exactly 2 frames, of almost exactly 34 milliseconds. And then, like, technically, my program is only polling every 5 milliseconds. So if you consider that both ends kind of have, like, a 5 millisecond, like, they could be slightly off. That's basically just, yeah, exactly 34 milliseconds. Maybe it should poll every... more often than every 5 milliseconds, but like, whatever. It's working well enough. I guess it's closer to 33 milliseconds. 33.33333 milliseconds. Repeating, of course. Dark Souls 2 is your favorite. I agree, it's a different type of environment. Takes a lot to get used to if you play the others first. Yeah, or a lot to get used to the other way. It's just different. I just don't think it's a good starting point. I mean, I also think it sucks, but... I think regardless of it sucking or not, it's different enough that it's not a good starting point. Oh, whoops, forgot to load the save. I think a game could suck, but still be a good starting point. And I think a game could be awesome, but be a terrible starting point. Wall. Don't think any game prepares a person for the suffering of Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Full stop. Yeah, it's a hard one to prepare for, but... Darn, he didn't block it. There we go, that'll work. That felt pretty good. Too late, though, apparently. Forgot about the double death blow. Or late, really? Air. Coming from Elden Ring, deflect timing is a lot more lenient and intuitive than Elden Ring parry. I don't know that it actually is more lenient, but it is way more intuitive. I think depending on the shield, Elden Ring can have parries that are more lenient than Sekiro's, but they are all just unintuitive. Which is why Elden Ring's is a parry, and Sekiro's is a deflect. Or a perfect guard, perfect block, things like that. Very, very, very different mechanics that work very differently. And trying to use the same word for both of them is just very confusing because they just don't operate in the same way whatsoever. They are both a timed defensive option that involves standing your ground rather than dodging, but outside of that, they operate almost entirely separately. Deflecting hard tier, that's like Sekiro. Just two different things, yeah. The bad opener. The one really, really, really bad opener. Wish it was a talisman rather than a limited time effect. I mean, I wish it was just base. I wish you didn't need to do anything to activate it. It just was one of the mechanics of the game. Because it's just fun. I expect that, not in Duskbloods, but I expect that in whatever the next main game. One late. Oh, but we got it anyway! That's 2811. That might be our new latest that's worked. don't have enough health. Yeah. How hard is this game? Very hard. Nice, there we go. Dying to Genichiro in 2026. Yep. Classic. Copper little mod that gave me infinite deflecting hard tier, but also did damage to the enemy's poise for Elden Ring. It worked surprisingly well. Made the game really easy, as you might imagine. I don't know that I would imagine that it makes the game really easy. Like, deflecting is not, like, inherently easier than dodging in all situations. I guess the added benefit of also damaging the enemy's poise, depending on how much poise damage you gave it, could be very powerful. The aggressive bosses were much easier. Things like BBK were much harder. Yeah, that makes sense. You do not need to press deflect for a lightning reversal. You just jump into it and then attack before you get to the ground. You can deflect it and it makes the cool noise, but it doesn't actually, like, do anything. Well, it does something. It's technically like a slightly faster animation. You spend less time getting, like, shocked by the lightning in the air by a few frames. So it is faster, and I should be doing it because it is faster, but... Pretty early, okay. Okay. Understandable. Have a nice day. Pretty late, really? How am I so bad? Oh, what a weird attack for him to do there. Okay. Oh, but you land further from him if you deflect, so I guess it's not all good. The deflect. All right. Took you a while to figure out you don't need to hold forward for Mikiri. Yeah. Well, only because the default dash direction is forward. I've been playing modded Night Rain, and they added Sekiro parry as a baseline. It's a lot easier. It's a lot more fun. You mean Sekiro deflect? Sekiro doesn't have a parry. But yeah, no, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. When they showed Executioner for Night Rain, I was like, oh my god, we get deflect as a baseline? Let's go! And then turns out it was like, no, you only get to deflect if you bring out the sword of sucks ass and does nothing. They've now buffed it, so I think it's actually pretty good now. But like, initial release of the game, it was like, no, no, no. You only get to have fun if you are also not doing any damage. You cannot both have fun and do damage. No, 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 no. You must choose one or the other. And also, you can't walk very fast. You have to basically stand in place. Nah. Like, it just didn't need all these restrictions in what's supposed to be a fun roguelike. Fun, fast-paced, you know, roguelike. It really doesn't need this whole, I must press an extra button to pull out the sword so that I can start having fun, but then I'm a turret that can't move and also can't do any damage. It's like, just why add all these restrictions? Just let me do the thing. Just let me do the thing. And yeah, I know there's like techniques to like, you pull out the sword and then you immediately unsheath it on like, to get like 2 deflects without like losing your weapon. Like, I know there's like techniques, but like, you shouldn't have to, you know, spend time in the lab just to get the fun. The fun should be there at a base, and then you can spend time in the lab to get efficiency. I was late. Yeah, I didn't immediately attack like I was supposed to. Right, you can't dodge around that one. I forgot because he does it so rarely. Oops. The worst part is that it purges your weapon buffs. Yeah. The damage of that sword not being connected to your wielded weapon was weird. Yeah. So pissed that his cursed sword doesn't do bleed. Yeah, it really seems like... Ah, he's got a, you know, special katana. Oh, the katana? The class known for doing bleed? Nah, it doesn't do bleed. Like, I do like when there's, like, tech on characters. When there's special, like, oh, if you do this, you can actually get this cool thing to happen. It's just, that should never feel baseline. That should be, you know, the cool extra that you figure out. Which is also why I kind of don't like traditional fighting games, because the tech is something that you need to know, like, pretty much even just to fight your friends casually. I mean, unless none of you know it and none of you use any of the advanced stuff, but then one person looks up their, oh, I can do Hadoken by doing, you know, quarter circle, whatever, and it's like they just destroy you and you're like, well, I guess I have to learn it too now. One early, but it worked anyway. Let's go. Easy, perfect fight. Boom. A need for bleed. Wilder movement tech felt great. Exactly, and it doesn't feel mandatory. Like, obviously, you know, it's like, actually it is mandatory, because if you're not doing it, you're not gonna beat depth 5 because you're gonna be too slow. But, like, it feels like a cool thing that you're like, oh, I can add this on. Even if I use it normally, I'm still getting there faster, and I still got the special attack and all this. And then there's like this little like, oh, and then I can also do this. And then like, ooh, neat. Is this on current patch? Yes, I am playing on current patch. Technically, it would be like half a second faster over the course of the run to play on one patch back, because you don't have the gauntlets. You don't have to menu past the gauntlets every time. But I don't care enough, so I'm just playing on current patch. If I beat the record, it's not going to be by half a second. Okay, well, I guess that's good enough practice on Ishin then. How about some Dragon D's? Yo, what up, Taco Boy? One bugged. There you are. What an awful fight for speedruns. Early. I hate that that can go above the normal sweep height sometimes. Where's the lightning? Is it all on the furthest tree? Did it go on the furthest tree multiple times? I think it did. Yeah, that would be a could not world record type of dragon with that luck. That was so bad. Finishing 100%ing Pragmata like 5 minutes ago. What a game. Easy 9 out of 10. Now time for that mouse game. Nice. We're playing all the current popular trending games. How's my day been going? It's been going pretty good. My mom brought me food, so I didn't have to pay for food. Because she wanted to come over and give me new emergency supplies for my car. And then we did a charity event where we raised a ton of money. In large part thanks to my idea to let chat mess with us for money. Hey, there we go. Free food. We got as unlucky as possible with the lightnings. I think they were on the furthest tree twice. I think we had 2 lightnings and they both went on the furthest tree, so we only end up getting 1 lightning and it's on the furthest. Hardest to get to spot. Okay, that was good enough, Dragon, though. I forgot to use the shuriken. I don't think it would have saved me anything, though. Mom Riz. With all the Souls-like copycat games, why is it not one that tries to emulate the perfect combat system that Sekiro is? Well, there has been one. It's called Kanagi Usagi. But, yes, it is very strange that most games just go, Sekiro must have been successful because of perfect guards. Let's put in perfect guards and nothing else from Sekiro. That's the entire success. And, like, don't get me wrong, perfect guards are cool, but, like, that is not the whole thing. Darn. An attempt was made. Twice? What are you doing? You're being weird, Mr. Dragon. Okay, okay. I think that's about as good as I could get for that luck, though. I think my play there was correct. Games like that really make you appreciate FromSoft? I mean, yes. Yes. Like, I appreciate how much FromSoft is willing to, like, truly innovate and, like, really make something different and unique. Also, I don't need to be showing this anymore since we're not on Ishin. But also, that statement feels like it's saying, haha, everything not made by FromSoft is so bad. And, like, a lot of things not made by FromSoft are still really, really good. Lies of P, better than some stuff made by FromSoft. But I do really appreciate the way that FromSoft will make something like Sekiro. Like nobody else is like, yeah, let's make basically a brand new combat system that still feels very similar to Souls, but is at the same time like a unique like thing. Like it is both familiar and new. And then a lot of others will just make a really good version of something that already exists, which is still great, but yeah, it is harder to find. You'll find individual mechanics that are new in other games, but you won't find like completely new like ways of doing things, you know? The posture system to get kills in Sekiro, like, as opposed to just, oh yeah, you can fill up their posture and get a strong visceral attack, but they still fundamentally operate on a health system. Like, it's just so different. Of non-FromSoft games inspired by their games, there's just some really bad ones out there. There are a lot of bad ones also. Well, actually there kind of aren't. To be honest, there's kind of not a lot of bad ones. Like, I've played, not every single Souls-like, but I've played a lot of Souls-likes, and they're all pretty good. Like, literally every Souls-like I've played has been pretty good. It is kind of an easy genre to get right enough. Oh, unlucky. I was hoping for any other lightning because it's been long enough that there, I think there's supposed to be 2, if not 3 lightnings, but they all stacked up on the tree on the right, so they all just overlapped. Yeah, and then again, there's another one on the right. I think that's 4 lightnings now that have only gone on the tree on the right, which is the worst one to get. That's silly. Okay, now there's finally one on the left. Oh, but another one on the right as well. Are you going back to Elden Ring? I don't know. When there's something to do in Elden Ring? You practicing before runs? Yep. Good luck, thank you. Non-bigger Souls-likes were pretty uncommon for a while as well, before I want to say 2022 or 2023. Big main one was like Code Vein, yeah. Oh, please. Well, this is going to be a horrible phase 1. The Tarnished Edition is supposed to be soon. Yeah, I don't think it's actually adding... Oh. Oh, awesome. I don't think it's actually adding anything really worth going back to the game for, though. Like, maybe some new weapons, which would be kind of cool. 2 new classes, nothing new. Yeah. Nothing new to do, but... You know, I suppose you could be like, can I beat Elden Ring with only the new class or something? I don't know. Which the answer would be like, yeah, obviously it wouldn't be that hard, but... You know, at least something to do. Really? That traded? Okay. I would take that, though. That's faster than not trading. Yo. What up, Dace? They're gonna do light greatsword. I wonder if they'll put new ones in base game. Probably not. I don't think they're just gonna add new weapons randomly to random spots. I mean, they could, though. Maybe they'd add specifically that one new weapon somewhere in base game. Too bugged. Unfortunate. Okay. Well. After FromSoft bootlicker, I'm actually thinking of buying Elden Ring on Switch 2 to support FromSoft when they really don't need to. I mean, would you want to play it on Switch 2? Would you want to play it on the go? In which case, reasonable reason to buy something. He's about to wind. Yeah. Nice. We got the interrupt getting knocked back with the lightning. Okay. I forgot to use the Akko, but otherwise solid. Any plans for 420? Get a really high number of attempts of Sekiro done. Smoke the world record time with my elite gaming skills. Blaze through Sekiro. Nice. Okay, that was solid. That was good. I think that's exactly as good as I can do at Divine Dragon. Okay. Wake and bake a delicious pie to keep energy levels up for those speedruns. Yeah. Like half a block of cheese today, nothing with it, just pure cheese. It was delicious. What kind of cheese? Alright, I guess we'll work our way backwards. We can do monkey skip next. Hey, there we go. Describing mozzarella as a block is giving you pause. A block of mozzarella. Does mozzarella come in blocks? I don't know. Mozzarella is the type of cheese that is often in like the cheese like sticks, right? Like if you just fry up some cheese, it's like mozzarella. That's kind of block form. Hey, there we go. Stick form is not block form. Yeah. Also, what type of cheese is string cheese? Also mozzarella. That's what I thought. So those, I mean, those are both kind of block forms. Okay. Processed. Sorry, it was Edam. I'm not good with names. That's a type of cheese. Edam these nuts. I don't. Anytime I see a word I haven't seen before, I'm like, somebody's getting me here. Somebody's trying. Mozzarella is never block, it is blob. Burrata in ball form. Oh. Is a cheese. In Germany, we call it a Dammer. Dutch cheese from the Netherlands. Edna from The Incredibles. As a cheese? Nice. Okay, that's pretty good. It's pronounced like you're saying hey to Captain Domo. Hey, Dom. Oh, hey, Dom. Wait, that's actually... if so, that is such a good way to describe it. Hey, Dom. What's up? Hey, Dom. That's so funny. That's so spot on. Exactly like that. Nice. Oh. Cultural exchange can be so beautiful. Good morning to Europe, by the way. Indeed, indeed. Good morning from Europe. Nice. Ever since watching your first playthrough of Blasphemous during the Archie, been wanting to play it yourself, so you started a playthrough. Nice! It was fun, yeah. It was a cool little Metroidvania, very Souls-inspired. Inbounds. Bad morning to Europe. Ah. Buh. Oh. I keep getting this spot that's just in bounds, which is suboptimal. Quite. We have gotten out of bounds 0 times so far. Not a great success rate. Darn. I still probably should play Blasphemous 2 at some point. Because I do hear that is the better Blasphemous. Although less Soulsy, apparently. More sort of regular Metroidvania. Blasphemous 2 was so alright. Okay. Well, always hear people say Blasphemous 1 is better. That's not what I heard. Yo, thanks, Apollo. It'd be cool to see a non-randomized Blasphemous. Yeah, that would be fun. Blasphemous 2 is still good, but you liked 1 much better. Ah. Metroidvania arc incoming. We did have our playing Hollow Knight and our playing Nine Souls, so... Watched Aggie played it. All the complaints are on 2. Huh. Oh, still in bounds. Why is it no work? And the Fountainhead Palace skip. Yep, the air swim to Fountainhead. Yep. Practicing. Oh. But not getting it very consistent at all. Only Souls game you've played is Elden Ring. What would you recommend next? Well, I'd always recommend Sekiro, personally, just because it's my favorite, but There's out of bounds. Okay. Wait, and then I guess I'd have to go way out if we're here, like this. And then towards this. But if you want something that is more directly like Elden Ring, then Dark Souls 3 is your best bet. No, you do not need 1.04. 1.04 and 1.06 are exactly identical outside of menuing. Or low graphics too. I am on low graphics, yeah. Sekiro if you use katanas, DS3 if you use swords. Not really at all, but... Sekiro does not feel almost anything like playing Elden Ring with a katana. I mean, unless you played with a katana because you really are just like, I just love the look of katanas. Any game that has a katana, I love the look of a katana. Then it's like, okay, yeah, well, maybe then. But if you're just like, I don't know, it was just a cool weapon, I liked it, then it doesn't really matter. Sekiro feels like Sekiro. Dark Souls 3 feels like Elden Ring. This is like way too high up, so there's got to be a spot. Okay, over here it's more open. So there's a spot you can get to where there's a wall. And if you're left of that, then you can make it through. So how high up does it go over here? If you're over here, you get to exit pretty early. So if I get stuck higher than I think, then actually just go to the left, and I should be able to make it around it without having to go even higher. Okay. Tried the air swim in 1.06 in Ashina, but felt most of it must be patched. Nope, has not been patched at all. Just difficult. Rivers of Blood feels like Sekiro. It still, nope, still doesn't. I would recommend DS1, to be honest. 3 is more like it, but the more you play not DS1, the more garbage DS1 feels to play. If you want to play every Souls game, if you say to yourself, I want to play every Souls game, period, no matter what, and I will stay this course, I definitely want to play every Souls game, then play Demon's Souls, then Dark Souls 2, then Dark Souls 1, then DS3, then Bloodborne, then Sekiro. If, on the other hand, you are like, I don't know, I just liked Elden Ring. I don't know, I just want to play a fun game. And you're like not committed to playing all of them, then play them basically in the exact opposite order of what I just said. Go straight to DS3 or Bloodborne or Sekiro, because those are the most polished and the most likely that you will fall in love with the genre and want to play more of them. But if you've already fallen in love with the genre and you want to play them all, then basically go from worst towards best, because it gets really hard to go back to the older ones when you've played the newer ones. They feel a lot more jank, but if you've already in love with them, get the jank out of the way early. Get the jank out of the way early. Just commit to the jank right away. Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 2 play very different than the rest, so play them first. They play kind of similar-ish to each other, so you can have kind of this block of DS2 and Demon's Souls. Then you can move on to the block of like the regular Dark Souls games. If you are committed to definitely playing all of them. If instead you start with Demon Souls and you're like, I don't know that I love this. I liked Elden Ring, but I don't know that this is grabbing me, then ignore what I said, you know, skip straight to like DS3 or whatever. Play Jank. Yep, start with Jank. Play them almost in release order, but I'd recommend Dark Souls 2 before Dark Souls 1. I personally think Dark Souls 2 is actually just more jank than Dark Souls 1 somehow. And Dark Souls 1 is like really jank. But I think Dark Souls 2 is even more jank. So I would do them in that order. To go from most jank to least jank. Worst game of your life is Sekiro. Have I tried version 1.00? I have not, because it's console exclusive. You can't play 1.00 on PC, and I've never played Sekiro on console. Would you agree the intro sequences of DS2 and DS1 are bangers, though? The, like tutorial sections? Yeah, they're cool, yeah. Aw, still in bounds. I'm either starting with DS3 or Sekiro. Which of the two would be more difficult? Sekiro is more difficult, in my opinion, than DS3. Generally. Like, they're different in the way that they're difficult, but... Nice, that's out of bounds. Okay. Sekiro it is. Let's go. Souls players really hate when the game doesn't just let you rush through every level and expects them to fight enemies. Kinda. I mean, if you want to play a certain way and the game arbitrarily punishes you for playing in a way you want to play, then like it would be understandable to be like, well, I don't appreciate that. Most Souls players will choose to fight through the enemies. That is like, you know, well over 90% of players will kill every enemy in the game at least once. Most players will kill them like basically every time. So if your players are wanting to skip by your enemies, oftentimes that is already a design mistake of players going, okay, I'm just kind of bored of this. Just get me through, please. And then if you say, oh, by the way, if you try to do that, we're going to punish you for it. Now, all of a sudden, it goes from mild annoyance to major annoyance, and that's bad. Make something that players want to play through rather than punishing players that are not having fun. For first playthrough. Yep, for first playthrough. Because there's just nothing wrong with... too far out of bounds. There's nothing wrong with saying, we made something really fun, but if you're not having fun with it, feel free to skip it, right? It's a game at the end of the day. Fun in my video games? Can't have that.
Input percent?
Simply can't do it. Apollo, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Issue with playing Sekiro early is that it might hurt all future combat systems for you since you'll just want more Sekiro. Yeah, kind of true. But, I mean, I think it's okay to play the best games and then be like, I don't really want to go back to the other ones. You know, I try them and I don't like them as much. I think that's okay. Like, the idea that you must play the games that are less good and, you know, you must struggle through them even if you're not enjoying them is, I think, a little silly. If you still do enjoy them, then that's awesome. I think every Dark Souls game and Demon Souls and, you know, Bloodborne and all that, I think every game has something cool to offer, but I don't think you should, like, have to go through all of them. If you play the best ones and you're like, I'm done with them now, that was all the best ones, I'm set, then, like, I think that's fine. It is okay to just listen to the greatest hits. Okay. Out of bounds on the other side. I feel like this side is probably easier, which is just, like, a little bit more waiting than what I was doing. Okay. Have I tried any mods like Resurrection or Long May the Shadows Reflect? I have played Resurrection. I thought it was really good for the most part, but I think there were just a few bosses that they kind of ruined. I think most of the bosses were a lot of fun as a, like, modded, you know, we expect that you've played through the game, so here's harder versions of things. It was very cool, but just a couple that was like, okay, you took what made them fun and made them not fun. Almost. Oh, you like Souls game? Name 5 songs. Only game I can't really enjoy anymore is Demon Souls. Yeah, I tried playing it way back in the day. In, like, 2013 or something, and I could not get into it. Also, what up, Cherry Carry? Congrats on the, you might have gotten this before last time, and I might have just forgotten to say it. But congrats on the sub 31. Huge time. Three, Demon of Song. Latest 1.16 has probably changed and balanced out in Resurrection. Possibly. I mean, I don't tend to, like, replay mods of games over and over and over again. And I know that mods keep getting, like, updated, you know, and that's part of the point of them. But, like, I don't know. I just like to play the one experience and be done with it. Which is why it sometimes feels so hard to play mods of games, because I know they're going to keep changing. And it's like, but I just want to play the final version. I just want to play the best version. I don't want to play the, you know, oh, it's kind of good version. So I'm excited. It's not a top 100, though. Everyone's so fast. Yeah. No, breaking the top 100 is hard. Top 100, I think, is sub 30, isn't it? Let me check. Maybe not quite. Maybe it's like 30-30 or something. Oh, 30-52. You're actually really close. Yeah, you'd have to get to 30-51 to beat out the 100th person. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you are close then. First page is good. There are 5 pages of runs, so you'd be in the top 20% of all players. With just a few seconds shaved off. That's... sheesh. Only heard bad things about Long May the Shadows Reflect, though. Yeah, same. I kind of want to play it just to, like, see how bad it is. Like that Nightmare Seed that people were doing in Elden Ring. There we go. Like, sometimes it's so bad that it being bad is kind of good. Want secure first page, though, so I'm not immediately kicked off. Yeah. Do you know which strats... you want to be doing for a faster run? Like, is your current run kind of maxed out on your strats? You'll never be truly maxed out. Even world record isn't maxed out for for their strats. But are there new strats that you're gonna go for them, or? You said you're gonna bop Mitch's time. Hey, you keep going, you eventually will. My time is beatable. It's not like world record or anything. Oh, is that out of bounds or inbounds? It's out of bounds! Let's go! Summon best is 30:06, so I think your strats are okay. I'm gonna do Oculus Centipede and 8 phase 2 headshots. 8 phase 2 headshots is really good to do, yeah? Because even if you miss it, it's like, okay, I still hit him. Like, there's no downside to it. Oculus Centipede sucks, but how much time does it save? Like 2 seconds or something? I don't, you should check how much time Oculus Centipede saves, because it's not a lot. Oculus Centipede sucks, retweet, yeah. It might not be worth it to do Oculus Centipede. I've already learned it, so now I'm kind of stuck in doing it. But it does suck. The good thing about Oculus Centipede is it doesn't usually lose you your run. If it doesn't work, it just loses you like 5 to 10 seconds, which sucks and is probably going to lose you a PB, but luckily it is not like a, oh, you get it or you lose the run type thing. Hey, there we go. We're getting it. Any reviews for Crimson Desert? I never played it, so I cannot review it for you. Most people say your movement in general isn't good. Watch, for example, my run, or the world record run, or Wormdog's run. Wormdog has really good movement. Watch somebody with good movement and try to copy, not just like, oh, then they run towards this. Try to copy, okay, then they curve around this like this, then they drop down early without a jump, then they this, you know, like try to actively think about like every little detail of the movement, and it'll help. Watch my run mainly. Nice. My movement isn't perfect, but it's solid. I usually don't get a your movement sucks. I do get a, well, Yuruka technically saves time on movement over you because, you know, blah, 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 blah. But I don't get a, your movement sucks. It's like my movement's pretty good while being very easy. Played through the Ascended mod of DS1 recently, which is designed to be hard and unfair. And yeah, it really was. Double speed enemies, more HP and damage from bosses and enemies. Some really BS changes like instant status procs on you and added status on boss weapons. Double speed Gwyn and can't parry him. Dang. Nice. Okay, well. I guess this is working well enough. We can move on for now. Gonna watch Yuruka and your run side by side to see where you can save 30 seconds. Good luck. Good luck finding it. I haven't found it. If you can find it, if you can find, here's where here's what you're doing wrong, it would be awesome, because then I could fix it. But looking through, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm not doing this really hard inconsistent strat, but that's only 3 seconds. Yeah, I'm not doing this really hard inconsistent strat, but that's only 1 second. Yeah, I'm not doing this really hard inconsistent strat, but that's only 2 seconds. Oh, and Yuruka's, you know, over a minute ahead of me. What? Honestly, probably a lot of it is just my Gyobu. I don't reset for good Gyobus, and I don't do the headshots on Gyobu, which can save so much time. Is probably the thing I need to work on the most. Let's do Lone Shadow Skip. I think soon Lone Shadow Skip will be one that I don't have to practice at all. It is pretty consistent. What would you say Lies of P is like compared to Sekiro? That's a very broad question. Like, There's so many ways I could answer that, you know. Lies of P is much closer to Dark Souls 3 than it is to Sekiro. But it's got a bit of the Sekiro charm. I really, really, really like Lies of P, but it is a pure Souls with perfect guarding. It's not a Sekiro like that also has good dodging, you know? Nice. Ruka got the lifetime Gyobu and Geni. That is true. That is true. If you're planning for Long May the Shadows Reflect, you should go for version 20.43 hardcore. Is hardcore a setting or a version? That's wild. The worst and imbalanced mod. Yeah, you know what? Why not? I slightly overran it, but we're good anyway. Trying to figure out what I would be missing out on by playing Sekiro instead of Lies of P. Heard Lies of P was a really good game as well. Lies of P, incredible. It's my third favorite game of all time behind Sekiro and Elden Ring. Can you tell I have a type? Headshot Gyobu arc. It's hard. I've learned how to do it, and I do get it very occasionally, but, like, I can't do it consistently. Oh. I had two types for noobs and hardcore players. Oh. Well, I am a noob, so, you know. I'd probably need the noob version, you know? It would probably take you 50 plus hours to break into top 100 Sekiro. Possibly more than that. I mean, I guess depends on how good you already are, but... Hi! What up, Bean? Is Sekiro still considered the hardest Souls-like? Maybe? I mean, I'd definitely put it up there. It's certainly up there for hardest. But Lies of P DLC is stupidly hard. Elden Ring DLC is stupidly hard. So, like, if you're including DLCs, like, it's just not as hard as a lot of the DLCs. If Sekiro had gotten a DLC, maybe it would have been stupidly hard. But if you are only comparing base games, it is certainly still up there. I know Sekiro DLC, you know, we'll never know. And by we'll never know, I mean we know exactly why. It's because they were already working on Elden Ring. They had already abandoned Sekiro before they even released it. Because they were working on Elden Ring before Sekiro was released. So they, as soon as Sekiro released, it was like, awesome. All developers off of Sekiro, right onto Elden Ring. failed. I don't care. We're back. Kind of. We're back, but my interface is really freaking out. That's not how it's supposed to look, but it's fine. Simply ignore all the problems you ever have. Pretend like they don't exist. You guys don't know what I said at all. Yeah, so I moved my keyboard, which bumped my microphone interface, I think is what it's called. And that bump caused it to, you know, disconnect for like a tiny little bit. It just like disconnect, reconnect. Which caused the software on my computer to freak out and be like, I've lost it. I've lost it forever. I'll never find it again. I'm having an error. So I had to restart the software, but it was like crashing. So in other words, just never get anything that is Go XLR. Never, ever, ever buy anything that is Go XLR. Look, I don't count Mortal Journey Gauntlet as the worst category in Sekiro because that's not a real category. That's a fake category. And add Jimmy to this and call it Immortal Severence Unrestricted. Ah, but you see, Jimmy Skip would actually lose you time in this category because you need the Shuriken. But Umnik is working on a route that would be faster with a Force Quit Wrong Warp. You do the Force Quit Wrong Warp to Senpo instead. Has an unrestricted route. Yes, but it's not Jimmy Skip. It's not Jimmy Skip. So I'll do it. I'll do Immortal Severance Unrestricted. Literally free world record. The first time I do it, it will just be world record. Jimmy Skip. Unrestricted all memories looks better. Yeah, unrestricted all memories and unrestricted all memories and beads looks so funny. You just get a memory and then duplicate it to have all the memories and go done or something. I don't know exactly how it works, but that looks so funny. We'll have to figure out the exact, like, how you can duplicate the most important memories, but it's basically turning into SRM. It is figured out. It's fully figured out. I mean, I'm sure it will still evolve, but there is already a figured out full route. That's interesting. Have you tried these Chinese challenges, like finishing the game in 1 hour, no damage, Charmless Demon Bell, AP1, dodge only, no idles rest. Not really. I don't find those to be, like, that interesting, personally. I kind of just like doing speedruns. Dodge only, especially, I find to be kind of boring, because it's like... But the fun part is in all the, you know, deflecting and Mikiriing and stuff. The only problem is Yash routing. Sure, a glitchless actual worst category. True. Casino simulator. Nice. Playing with one hand, it's too ridiculous. Yeah, I do generally like when the restrictions or like the challenge of a category is like one really hard thing rather than 100 things that all are like not that hard, but when you say them all together and put them all together, it's like, wow, it ends up being hard. It's like, yeah, you can just throw on, you know, no damage, Charmless, Demon Bell, attack power 1, dodge only, no resting at idles. Like, you can just throw all that in to end up making a hard challenge, but it's cooler when it's just like blindfolded. And it's like, oh, that's just the challenge, and it's already really, really hard on its own. If I have to add in too many things to make it a challenge, then I'm like, eh. Already a route, yeah. Looks pretty good, and the new glitch isn't that hard. I would do it, but I don't remember how to do the Fountainhead air swim. You want me to show you? It's pretty easy. Is it the same as the one I'm doing in this category? It's pretty easy. You can learn it in 10 seconds. Maybe not 10 seconds. In 2 minutes. Maybe I'll fail it a few times. So in 5 minutes. Basically the same, just different HP setup. Yeah, which is just the timing. You would learn the timing. I'm sure you could learn a timing setup to buffer it, but yeah. Just anywhere over here next to these things near the wall. I don't know. Positioning does matter, but I don't know where. I just do it, and sometimes it works. Just sit down and relearn it, you're lazy. Ah. And then it's just medicine, jump, do the grapple swap late, miss it, try again. Reset your entire run. Fall in bounds, reset your entire run. Where do you have prosthetic swap? I really like it on mouse wheel. I have it on side mouse button. There we go. As long as you end up out of bounds, you find your way over, up above things, past the watermill, kind of parallel with this spooky, ghostly aura in the sky, towards the furthest out tree, but to the right of it, until the thing loads in, and then it's just swim close enough that you'll load. Also have it on side mouse button. I think side mouse button is a great way to do it. Imagine having side mouse buttons. You don't have a side mouse button? Bro, get yourself a better mouse. And then it's turn around about 180, but slightly not quite. So 90 plus some. So you see the thing in the sky, put it bottom right corner, and swim. I'm sure you know all this, Holm, but I'm talking it out anyway, just in case you've forgotten any of this. Because I'd like to see you do that new category. That'd be fun. I would need to actually learn all memories in order to do it. Which I would need to learn a lot. Is useful. Awesome. You just swim while keeping it in the bottom right corner. The exact spot of it does not matter whatsoever, because you're going to just start seeing, oh, there's Fountainhead. Once you start seeing Fountainhead, you look for the buildings, which are a little below all these, like, trees and stuff at the top, and head for the left, like, main clump of buildings. You can see there's, like, a whole clump of buildings there. You're heading kind of in between the buildings. You then want to get about even on height with, you see there's like that plane of water that's like just a little above me currently. I'm swimming still up until I'm about parallel with it. I don't actually want to cross over it. So about here is usually where I like to be in terms of height, because higher and you can hit a death plane. And then it's just, I go right here, right at that one part of water that's kind of sticking forward at you, and just left of all these poles down into the water. I go right here, and I go... You can go till you see the fish, but that's slightly too far, or you can go till it starts getting dark. Like, all of a sudden it's going to start getting dark, and then you can go up. So... Okay, I went too far. There's the fish. It was kind of already dark where I was. If you see the fish, back up a little bit, and then surface. Back underwater. And then from here, you just need to basically find how to get out of the walls. So in this case, it would be this way to get out of the walls. And then up until you're about in the tree branches. Then you can go through. And then to here. It's not in the corner. That won't let you surface. It's along this rock. Anywhere along this rock, this face right here, will let you surface. If you do it far enough to the right, then when you surface, you can just end up on land. That time I didn't, but yeah. And that's it. That's the whole thing. I lose some time on it sometimes from, like, over swimming or aiming weirdly, but, like, it's super free. It's basically impossible to mess up. Everything about it, you can lose time, but you're not going to lose the run. You don't need to learn all memories. There's only Gyobu Monk, Geni Owl, True Monk, Dragon, Sword Saint Ishin. Wait, I know all those. I know those ones. Hooray! Technically, I have done all bosses before, so I guess I do kind of know all of them, but... Alright, anyway, what was I practicing? Gyobu skip. That's what I was gonna do. How do you learn these kinds of things? I watch other people do it, and I go, how did they do that? And then I try it myself, and I go, that didn't work. And then I try it myself again, and I'm like, what if I tried this? And it's like, oh, that does work. Oh, so what I'm supposed to do is this and not this. Oh, okay. Would you die to AP10 Owl 1? If not, you're good to go. Wouldn't you stick him in the corner? Like, shouldn't that be like the easiest fight in the entire game because you just stick him in the corner and then win? So, you can? Well then, that's what I would do. Remember, this is the first run of a new category. I don't need a perfect run. I'll just literally do it once and get a free world record. MD is slightly faster. See, don't care. Don't care. I'll take my free world record. I'm not throwing away the run. And isn't MD only slightly faster, like, if you get a bit lucky on the fight? Can't it be slower if you get unlucky? That's why I practice. Have classes until Thursday. I can't get my free world record yet. Maybe I should swap to that category right now then, actually. Maybe all of this Immortal Severence Restricted was just a training arc for the new category. All memories unrestricted. And the category you get all memories before going to Owl. Normally he's in the middle of the run. Oh, so you have infinite damage, so you do just mortal draw him and he dies. I see. I see. Maybe I should try to just get one decent run of this category then, even if I don't get world record, just so I can be on the leaderboard and then swap to that. You have giga damage. Okay. You learning least bosses. Honestly, if least bosses was on the leaderboard, I'd probably run it. I'm not saying it should be on the leaderboard, but it is unique and funny. You do Jimmy skip in it, right? You do Jimmy skip into Snake Eyes skip into Lone Shadow skip. Why is the speedrun bad? Exclamation worst. Jimmy skip. Use Senpo wrong warp in unrestricted, but restricted is faster with the new Snake Eyes skip. Restricted is faster? There's a new Snake Eyes skip as opposed to an old one? I have not kept up with the category. I have no idea what any of that means. Ever beat the game without skips and glitches? What? I would never. I would never sully myself with glitchless. Sounds exquisitely random and strict. Luckily, I'm a viewer. Yeah. Omnic has world record now with an insane route. Oh, okay. So why isn't Jimmy faster then? Oh, because of, you need Shuriken? Or... I mean, at that point, just get the spear, right? The spear doesn't take that long to grab, right? The grapple to keep in memory is right after Ogre skip. Oh. Okay, I see. No, that makes sense then. You need that particular grapple for the fast Snake Eyes. Okay, gotcha. It's funny when some people assume speedrunners have never played a game casually and took their time. Yeah. Nice. I also feel like everyone has glitched games on purpose for fun at some point. Like, you can't tell me you know, heard about, hey, I heard you can do this glitch where if you know, if you do this, you can get out of bounds, and you didn't think, really? I want to try that. The earliest I can remember was super jumps in Halo, but like, I'm sure I did more, you know, glitching on purpose before that. Playground rumor glitches, yeah. But sometimes they're real. Making games is so fun. Ah! Failing the easiest skip in the game? What am I, Aggie? Ah! Okay, now it's a mental block. Now I gotta fix this. There we go. Okay, it's just that easy. Feel guilty doing the Demon of Hatred cheese in your first playthrough? Okay, that one you should feel guilty about. That there's no reason to do that one, but not on your first playthrough. Is that thing about Aggie forgetting where to go for bull skip? He's the GOAT. Oh no. Gonna meet up with a girl in a couple of hours. Can we teach you some of your Riz? Just tell her you speedrun Sekiro. It works every time. Okay, I really am, Aggie. This is so embarrassing. So this is how you dead angle Ishin. Nice. Did you explain the double death blow mechanics to her? Yeah. That would be perfect. That's how you show that you really know your stuff. I'm killing all bosses on your first run because of fear of missing anything. Good. That's how a first run should be. Aw. It was weird pop-up timing. I was expecting it a little earlier, but I was wrong. It was very, very late. Okay. Okay, I accept that. All bosses except Emma and Ishin Ashina. Well, yeah, that one you have to do in your second playthrough. Or New Game Plus playthrough. remove Ogre to make the skip practicing a little easier. It really does take a while. Oh, got stuck on the edge. How many people do you think did Shura on their first playthrough and never touched the game again? More than I thought. I thought the game made it very clear that this is not the ending. Don't do this. This is made for, you know, a second playthrough or something. But then every so often, there's people that are just like, oh yeah, I accidentally did it on my first playthrough. I didn't know. It's like, oh. So, maybe like 10%? The game was like, are you sure? And they missed the clue, yeah. Literally made you select it twice and gave you the option to change your mind. The third warning pop-up, yeah. I think most people quit on Ogre. Well, I mean people that finished the game. 10% of the people that finished the game maybe did, only Shura. Oh, surprised that didn't make it. You literally did all this for this kid and you're gonna abandon him. Are you sure? Shura enjoyers. Yes. Nice. Oh, surprised I got a vertical jump there. That was weird. By the way, what needs to be done for Soul Splitter 2? Is there anything I could help with Soul Splitter 2? I've been a horrible moderator recently, just not doing any work. When Silksong speedruns? I think that time is kind of past. I thought about doing it when the game came out, and it would have been fun, but given that I didn't do it when the game came out, I probably won't. And if people only did one playthrough of Nier Automata and said it was mid, told them they only saw a fraction of the game and should replay it, they're like, nah, I'm good. Well, I mean, you can't describe it as only did one playthrough. You have to describe it as like, oh, you got past the like tutorial part and got to the fake ending. Oh, you thought that was a real ending? No, you stopped after the tutorial. What do you mean? Lamau, bro thinks that was the ending. I bet you also get got by those YouTube videos where they say, "Is it possible to beat this game without jumping?" No, and then the credits roll. I bet you also click off those videos there. You don't even stay and see him go, "Okay, well, actually." Same as AC6, yep. AC6, you at least get, like, I don't know, 70% of the game before, you know, you hit your first ending, and then there's, like, 30% new stuff after. So, like, you know, you've at least done most of it. But, yeah. Nier Automata, it's genuinely under 50%. AC6 is easy to speedrun, no? Kinda. You just kind of play the game, but with choosing overpowered stuff so that you can beat every mission easily and quickly. So, yeah, it's pretty easy. Is there a VOD of my AC6 playthrough? I don't know. You could check way back in the YouTube VODs for around the dates that Armored Core 6 came out, and you could check if the VODs go back that far. I don't remember if I was multi-streaming on YouTube at that time. Did you enjoy AC6 though? It was fun. Good game. Fun game. I even did speedrun it a little because I was like, oh, I'm just play the game but fast? Sure, that sounds fun. AC6 pre-nerf bosses? They nerfed bosses? I don't remember that. How's your live split transparent background? It isn't. On my screen, it's a black background, but on OBS, I am doing a color key and keying out the color black. Nice. Okay. Altea's new game was a nightmare until you read which weapons actually do damage to his shield. Altea's had tracking nerfs. That actually makes sense. Altea's tracking was kind of ridiculous. Who were the OGs of your friend group? Aggie, Chris, Domo, and how did you guys meet? I guess the OGs, the truly OGs, is just me and Aggie. We met speedrunning Sekiro. Then I wanna say Josh has been a friend for the next longest, but I don't know that for sure, or like an acquaintance or known person or whatever. Then Parky, who, like, you know, learned Sekiro and all this. And then, like, Chris didn't know till Elden Ring came out, and then, like, doing Elden Ring stuff, and then Domo was, like, even later. Domo was like, I don't even remember. It's hard to kind of remember. I mean, it's also a little weird because I was kind of on the outside of the friend group-ish for a while. It was more like me and Aggie were friends for forever. And then Aggie kind of accumulated more people. And then I got brought in to the accumulation. So I wouldn't actually know exactly when all of them, like, became better friends, because I was kind of on the outside. I was kind of just friends with Aggie for a while. Well, Aggie and then Parky. Just like in school. Yep. You just gotta be friends with the popular kid. And then the popular kid will introduce you to the group. It's simple. You're all jolly while you're so good. Well, I mean, it's not like, that I was excluded. I just mean I didn't know them until I knew them, you know? Who's the best player in Sekiro now? Wormdog. Wormdog is the best. Or possibly Yuruka. Viewer home happen to know of any 8 phase 1 headshot setup that doesn't involve the shadow. Turns out it isn't there in the morning. No, I don't. Well. How far is my PB from world record? 3 minutes currently, but like 2 minutes of that is just from double death blow at the end. So if I can just get a run that has double death blow, we'll be pretty close already. Nice. Okay. Phase 2 is 2 minutes? No, but missing the double death blow costs you extra time sometimes because you... And then you run out of Yash, and then you don't have Yash for the third phase at all, and then it's... Realistically, it should only be like a minute and a half. It's just that the fight ends up going so much better when you get it that, like... Yeah, it's just a lot. But yeah, Wormdog was literally well ahead of world record, then missed the double death blow, and then ended up a minute behind record. So yeah, it is way more than a minute of time loss from missing it. And I think my run, like, I miss it, but then I, like, tried again, and, like, I did it wrong, and I, you know, broke the posture with an attack instead of a deflect, so then that lost more time, and, you know. If I just get a clean Ishin with double death blow, then we're kind of good. Speaking of, let's do that as our final practice. Back to Ishin, and then we can do some runs. Oh. Oh. that would also kill the run. What is this? Death. And also, yes, the double death blow trainer. There we go. Can you lower FPS to make frame perfect tricks easier? Nope. Not allowed in the rules. Is it possible to do? Yes. But it is not allowed. That was bad of me. Ah, that was really bad of me. You gotta recognize when he's doing the counterattack. And I did not. No, I wasn't expecting that to fully break his posture. Too late. Aw. Just late. Just early. Oh, whoops. Kind of forgot about health. Is there no setting to make bosses have max posture damage to make it faster? There's a mod that I could use for that, yeah. But I also need to just practice fighting them. If all I wanted to practice was double death blow, then I could do that. Yes, it is a double death blow. Timing for this trick the same for other bosses. Could use this tool for them as well. Well, yes, I could use the tool for them as well, because I could just tell it I would like to use this timing. So I could use it regardless. But I believe the timings are actually the same for all bosses that have a double death blow. I'm not sure of that, but I think they actually are. Can you double death blow on both phase 1 to 2 and 2 to 3? You can get 2 shots at it. Yes. Oh, I swam too far. I'm in the cold dark. Can I use the thing in the actual run? Yes. Yes, I can. I can use a metronome in a run. You double death blow all bosses that have 2 HP bars. They have to have 2 HP bars that are both available at the same time. So, like, not Lady Butterfly, who's 1, then separately 1. I think it only works on major bosses for some reason, and you have to be able to vault over them. Also, because you regen posture if you don't take the second immediately. Well, they were asking about 2 separate attempts at it. So you can fight phase 2 normally after missing the first double death blow, and then try it from phase 2 to 3. So if I do it early, does it work? Works on headless. Okay. Didn't know that. You can vault over a headless? What's the hardest part of the speedrun? This, the final boss. And also, mentally keeping going, despite all the hurdles and hardships the game will put before you. The battle is 90% mental. Perfect! There's a double death blow. There. YOLO might be more consistent than glitchless Kyobu at this point, not gonna lie. Probably true. The tracker allowed during the run? Yes. It is something entirely outside the game that does not read the game, does not interact with the game. It is something entirely separate from the game. So it is allowed. Basically all it is an adaptive metronome that the metronome tries to get me to a certain millisecond timing of the metronome, which has nothing to do with the game itself. If it hooked into the game and, like, you know, did something to try to make it so that my attack lined up with the frames in the game, there'd maybe be a discussion. But, just having a metronome program is not, disallowed. I'm confused. How do you sync the metronome with the game running? I don't. I just make it so that when I press a button, the metronome goes. How could you, in theory, sync it with the game? I don't know. That's for somebody who's way better at coding than me to figure out if they were so inclined. I just press a button, and then the metronome starts beeping. You think charting this much on runs, like using metronomes and such, reduces the fun doing the run? No. I think it's more fun to have a way to possibly hit it than not having a way to possibly hit it. I mean, I think the run would be a lot more fun without double death blow, but another runner has used double death blow, so I have to use double death blow to keep up. If I could run this without double death blow and still get world record, that would be a lot more fun, but given that I have to use double death blow, it's more fun to have a metronome and have a, you know, 20% chance to hit it than to have no metronome and have a 2% chance to hit it. That was really bad luck, Kenny. Press the metronome hotkey when doing the flip. Yes, I make the metronome hotkey the same button to do the flip. Oh, wow, okay. The hyper armor shenanigans. Can't really do anything about that. More early than I thought. I could kind of tell I was a little early, but... Really? That was too early of a deflect. I'm surprised. Well, now we're mega screwed. Unless I get the next double death blow. Die if I do that. All right. Gosh, that's so slow when you miss the double death blows. Is this the only double death blow in the run because how many bosses are actually in the run due to the glitch uses? Yep. You basically skip every other one that you could double death blow. This trick is applicable to both phase 1 and phase 2. Yes. Had a fantastic idea. Instead of double death blow, just dupe a few memories and destroy Ishin. Is that allowed? No, genuinely. Well, that makes it unrestricted, though. That would be a different category. That would be Immortal Severence unrestricted. But not gonna lie, kind of cooking. Currently, yes, needs to be votes. Yeah. Because it definitely will be allowed in unrestricted. And then, yeah, we don't know yet if it will be allowed in restricted. Yeah. It's definitely currently unrestricted. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. BRB. Okay. Let's see. There was a whole discussion while I was gone. Let's see. Does the adaptiveness of the metronome actually help? I feel like it would just make it harder to know when to press. So the main thing is it makes sure that that the metronome isn't off. So the main problem that I had with one of the previous metronomes that I had for zip percent was over time it would just drift a little bit off. And so eventually just every single one of my presses would be, let's say, early. And so it was just like every one of my presses suddenly became early. Instead of sometimes early, sometimes late, it was just like early, 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 early. But I didn't know. And so it was bad. So the adaptiveness is to make sure that doesn't happen. So I think the adaptiveness is good. Because it doesn't adapt 100%. It's not, oh, you were 3 frames late. I'll move 3 frames later. It's like, you were late. I'll adjust a little in that direction. You were late again. I'll adjust a little in that direction. So it only adjusts to kind of your average. So you still know when to click. Anyway, that was one question. Let's see here. I think the dupe is only unrestricted because it's bypassing the memory gain rules, but not because it's duplicating just a thought. So it's only unrestricted in terms of source requirements for memory. Yeah, maybe. Is there a specific rule which glitches are restricted or unrestricted? They get voted on. Look at the speedruns of FromSoft games and I go, I'm not built for this. Shout to everyone that is, yeah. I think it should be banned in all mems specifically because it kind of defeats the original intention of the category. Also because restricted and unrestricted would be too close and unoriginal. That way keeps both routes interesting and different, but I can see also why it should be allowed. Sorry, I should make that more clear. In all memories, the rules state that you need to collect all memories. There's a glitch that can generate memories out of thin air, so you can skip 50% of the bosses. The idea is to put this technique into unrestricted for the category, so the reason it is unrestricted following this logic is because it's bypassing the spirit of the memory collection through boss kills, not because it is duplicating, generating... Just my thoughts. Yeah, you could also say it's allowed, but then you also have to kill the boss. So you could say you're allowed to duplicate the boss's memory and get it before you kill them, but then you also have to go and kill them. I think is, in Ocarina of Time, that's source requirement. You're allowed to use SRM in some categories to duplicate items so that you have them early to make the run faster, but then you still also have to go collect where they normally would be. Putting dupes as a whole into unrestricted seems like a fine idea as well. Might be a more simple solution. We'll see. Barely tell Holmes' name from his messages, so I thought Crag just sent a whole essay. Yeah. Pick a white name because I thought it was funny that people couldn't see you on light mode. Force quit is an action outside of the game, quitting it, while every other glitch is specifically done with no external thing. But it's based on fun and route preservations, typically in speedrun. It's typical in speedruns to separate them. Yeah. Also talked to realize it can't be triggered with current method on Immortal Severence restricted. There's no invasion one. Also true. Also, it would just be slow, right? Anyway, even if... Because, like, a perfect run with double death blow, Ishin isn't that slow. Dragon kind of is, but from what I understand, setting up the new glitch to duplicate memories is kind of slow. And you'd have to duplicate, like, multiple of them for it to make, like, a big noticeable difference, you know? We did talk about the what if you shocked yourself with, instead of a metronome, what if you had it shock your finger to press the button at the right time? And how funny that would be as a concept, but like, at that point you're not playing the game. Even if it is your finger that is hitting the button. Oops. I'm trying to... I keep playing it like it's Genny 1 when I need to play it like it's Genny 2. Killed for my hubris. The only frame where you die and lose. Because you do the failed death blow. That's funny. Are performance enhancing drugs banned for speedrunning? You didn't know for your next submission. Yo, what up, dude? Genny 3 because Genny 1 is the unwinnable fight. I know. I'm... You fight Genny 3 like he's Genny 2. Don't fight him like he's Genny 1. And by that I mean keep attacking after he deflects. You missed! Got him! Easy. It's 1 frame late though now. So you can be half of a frame late or half of a frame early and still get it depending on the polling timing. Technically you can be up to 1 full frame early or up to 1 full frame late, but if you count the correct frame as being this length, you can actually do it technically within this length, and depending on the polling, you can sometimes get it anyway. Rounding error. Kind of close enough to rounding error. If you call it rounding error, we know what you mean, and yes, that's close enough to correct. Even if it's technically not. And depending on elevation. I don't think it depends on elevation anymore. I genuinely don't think elevation has anything to do with it. I think it's just a frame perfect timing. I think we all just used to be stupid and think that elevation mattered when it didn't. I mean, not really stupid. Like, it was a reasonable assumption to make, but I think we were all just wrong.
I see now that the circumstances of one's birth is irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are. Mewtwo.
Mewtwo, yep. True. Kind of like tutorial kicking, yeah. It's an interesting glitch. Wonder how it works in the code. Yeah, I don't think we know. I don't think we know how it works in the code. Makes sense for elevation to matter because Wolf grabbing the boss is a grab attack, and sometimes it could miss for a frame before hitting, in theory. But apparently that never happens. Alright, well, I guess that's good enough practice. Hide this and send it. Miss the well jump, reset. Dead run. Jimmy Skip is 100 times worse than Rooster Boost. I thought, like, nobody's ever figured out how to do Rooster Boost. Wouldn't that make it 100 times worse than Jimmy Skip, which we do know how to do? Yo, thanks for the good luck. Booster Boost is easy, but I guess if you're talking about getting it to save time, I guess you're right. Really? It's easy? Is it basically just double death blowing a rooster? Without vault over? Just on a specific frame or something? Need to health kill it and then take the death blow at a specific time. Double death blow a rooster, ain't no way. right, second try ogre skip. That's very good. How many world records do I hold? In Sekiro? 0. In all video games? 1. How many have I held in the past? I don't know. Like 10 different categories across games or something? Ah, that's so bad. Millions. Yeah, I mean, normally I would not reset for Double Canyon, but a full fall like that loses way too much time. How many community golds have I had? Probably 0, ever. Well, no, that's not true. I've had monkey skip golds, both as the first person ever to do it, and even when, you know, me, Aggie, and Passy were all doing it. I forgot to do the grapple. I was the fastest at monkey skip because I would YOLO it better. The Mitch Monkey, they called it. But now it's probably the Worm Monkey. Peak era, yeah. That was a good time. Take me back, but with all the current success and viewership, and but otherwise take me back. Wow. Wow. Fail. Not this one. AMD Ryzen 5 5500 processor, 16GB of DDR4 RAM, and an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3050 graphics card. Wow. Would this PC run this game, please? Would it run it? Yeah, absolutely. Would it run it perfectly at 60 frames per second the whole time with a 3050? Probably good enough. It'd probably run it pretty smooth. This game is not that graphically demanding. It will not. Oh. Well, Holmes says it won't. Yeah, looks like it's past those recommended specs. Game is so optimized it can run smooth on potato PCs. I mean, pretty smooth. Not like smooth, but like pretty smooth, yeah. It is FromSoft's best optimized game, probably. Well, maybe Armored Core, actually. I don't know. Micro studies on sometimes on Sekiro on PC, can't figure out what it is, to be honest. A lot of times that's a graphics driver issue that people will get. Like, try updating or downdating your drivers, and that can sometimes fix it. Yeah, a 3060 is quite a bit better than a 3050, though, yeah. A 3060 would be a lot better. Ormdog has 8 out of 17 PC World Records. Yuruka has 4. To be honest, I'm only surprised that together they don't make up all of the PC World Records. I guess neither of them does Mortal Journey Gauntlet. I guess you're counting that. Take that. PS3 runs bad, but Sekiro is fine, yeah. Issue with widescreen monitor playing Sekiro, it just doesn't support it. Yeah. Yeah. It does not expect the ultra widescreen. Areas in Elden Ring not load in for you. Literally standing in low mesh, empty lot, temple. Give me tops is supposed to be, huh? Nice. Where'd Gyobu run? He broke like nothing. Okay, I just wanted to make sure he would fall. I probably should have just sent it, and if he didn't fall, reset, but... Didn't lose that much time. DS2 and Sekiro so well optimized when there's DS1 and DS3. Just like, why? Is DS2 that optimized? I didn't know that. Sekiro, they, I don't know, locked in? Yep. That works technically. Wasn't where I normally put it, but... Who here loves Spider-Man? Spider-Man's pretty cool, I guess. I don't not love Spider-Man. Probably one of the most interesting superheroes. One of the best runs I did on non-Sekiro games. Like, the best, like, world records and stuff I've had, or the most fun? Nice. Probably both is like Lies of P. Lies of P was a lot of fun. And I got some pretty good records there. Perfect. Funny enough, in this category, you can't do lamp skip. Otherwise, you wouldn't get the health setup. It's a category where chat can't ask for lamp skip. You never played this game? Is it good? It's my favorite game of all time. So, I would say yes. Lies of P was kind of meh. Lies of P DLC was kind of meh. Like, the weapons were cool, that's it. What? Lies of P DLC was great. I didn't end up speedrunning it, although I probably should have. It was a lot of fun. Have I played any of the old Tenchu games? I have not. They're not particularly similar to Sekiro, so I feel no need to. Nice. Have I played Black Myth Wukong? I have, yeah. Fun game. Aw, inbounds. The run is dead. And it's mostly not my fault. Lies of P is more like Sekiro, deflect, or like Souls, dodge, etc. It has both a perfect guard and a dodge, and both are very viable. However, it is much, much, much more like a traditional, regular Souls than like a Sekiro. In that the combat, it's not Mikiri counters and jumping over sweeps. It's not interrupting enemies' attacks by attacking them and turning their turn into your turn. It's not... There's a posture bar that you fill up to kill the boss early with multiple death blows. It does have a perfect guard, but outside of that, it's not really that like to Sekiro. It's very like a, you know, normal, regular, non-Sekiro Souls. But with a very nice perfect guard. Sekiro runs on a base PS4 at lock 30. Anything higher than that will easily hit 60, yeah. What's the hardest boss in Sekiro? In regular Sekiro, not including the gauntlets and the inner bosses, it's definitely Sword Saint Ishin. Including the gauntlets, it's definitely Inner Father. Inner Ishin is, like, not really any harder than regular Sword Saint Ishin. Like, he technically has a few extra moves, and they're kind of hard moves, I guess. But, like, he's 99% the same. And then Inner Father is just, like, not the same fight as regular Father. He will mess you up. He's so hard. What's Owl Father? Each is easy to predict, but Owl is different. I find Father Owl much easier to predict than Sword Saint Ishin. I mean, I love Owl Father. He's my favorite fight, but I don't... Nope. I don't think he's as hard. Sekiro's unique in its combat style. Maybe Neo could come close. No, Neo's like really, 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 really far off of Sekiro. Neo goes in like the opposite direction of Sekiro. Sekiro triples down on the defense being like the most important thing. Giving, you know, multiple unique mechanics to the defense. And Neo triples down on the offense being the most important thing. Giving you like extra stuff and buttons you have to hit in the middle of like attacking in order for it to properly function. They're almost polar opposites. Neo isn't even a Souls-like. Correct. Sekiro's not a Souls-like either. You're right. It's a Souls game. No like needed. It's just a Souls game. The closest game to Sekiro in terms of combat is Kanagi Usagi. Of course. Of course. Neo is Ninja Diablo. I mean, you say Diablo for the loot, I guess, but... It's Ninja Gaiden, but... with stamina, I guess? Kanagi Usagi is free. Yep. 100% free. And you can 100% it in like an hour. But it's a worthwhile hour. Okay, it did not want to give me the forward jumps. Oh, right. Don't equip anything. This is not glitchless. Okay. Sekiro feels fair in 1v1 after learning patterns, but 2v1 in boss fight is a true struggle. Yeah. Sekiro's tough. Yeah, especially if they put multiple enemies. It's really hard. I mean, luckily that's why also in Sekiro there's stealth. Like, stealth is not like a major part of Sekiro. Like, it's like a kind of major part of Sekiro, but the main thing is, like, the ability to stealth really, really is nice for taking what could otherwise be a ridiculous scenario of way too many enemies. This is not going to be fun. And whittling it down to just you and me. Like, Sekiro without stealth would work, but, like, the stealth does help a lot. Played all FromSoft games, but no one gives the satisfaction Sekiro gives. I do love me some Sekiro. So satisfying. Which combat art do I like the most except Mortal Draw? I like Ichimonji. I like just taking your sword above your head and then, like, slapping them with it. Just bam. That's very funny. Top 5 FromSoft bosses, and you can only choose one from each game. Father Owl. Midra. Sister Frieda? I don't remember if you add the vowel sound at the end. Artorias. Sir Alon. Haven't played Demon's Souls. Haven't played Bloodborne. I guess if I'd be allowed to add in, replace it with other FromSoft bosses. Replace Sir Alon with, Staghess from Night Rain. The Drag Lord, Greg.
Category going?
The best one. It's going so great. Because it's the best speedrun category. And if I can include AC6, then, you know what, I'll keep Artorias anyway. Sister Frieda greater than Slave Night Gale is crazy. I don't know. I thought she was cool. I feel like I killed Gale too easily. It's been a very long time since I fought them, though. Maybe I would have a different opinion now, but when I played DS3 initially, Sister Frieda left a big impression. I was like, damn, that was good. And Gale was also like, damn, that was good, but I beat him too easily. They're definitely 1 and 2, though. Oh. I was so sure that the pop-ups were gonna happen before I ran off the edge. I was so wrong. I guess I should have just pressed the button just in case. Yep. Experienced Frida for the first time 3 days ago.
Godfrey,
She's your favorite from 3. She's really good. Yeah, yeah. Ishin Gale. Okay. Ludwig. Godfrey. Suralon. Okay. Solid picks. Solid picks for sure. Which enemy do I hate the most in Sekiro? You personally, Bull? Headless. Easily Headless. I like Bull. I don't like Bull better than, you know, all the other bosses, but I like Bull. I do not like Headless.
Between all FromSoft Souls games, what bosses would you choose as the top 10 bosses for Boss Rush / Gauntlet?
Hold on, I'm gonna have to read that again after this skip. Success. All FromSoft Souls games, what bosses would you choose as the top 10 bosses for Boss Rush Gauntlet? Well, so it would probably either be 10 Sekiro bosses or like 8 Sekiro bosses and Midra and Mesmer. Like I think every FromSoft or every Sekiro boss clears every Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 boss, except for maybe Frida and maybe Gale. Oh, unlucky end. You meant required boss. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess Bull. I guess Bull would be my least favorite, like, main path glitchless boss, but not because I dislike Bull, just because all the other ones are good. Nah, honestly, it's Dragon. It's Divine Dragon, but that is speedrunner skewed. Casually, Divine Dragon, I like him. I think he's pretty neat as a, you know, puzzle / spectacle boss, but man, speedrunning is just it's so bad. It's so bad. Any category with dragon in it is just instantly worse. Dual Ape, not required. Would also be
Sekiro bosses if you were playing as not Sekiro but Elden Ring protagonist.
I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Probably not, but I mean, it's the bosses are tailored to the game they're in. Or they aren't, and then the developers failed. But unless it's 8v12 Dragon. Even so. Yo.
Let's be honest, lies of P greater than D's 3.
Let us be honest. But yes. Yep. Correct. Lies of P greater than DS3. Was my health setup wrong? My health setup had to be wrong. Huh. Run's dead. Did I not drop from the right spot? I'm not sure. Sekiro, Elden Ring, Lies of P, DS3, my order. Same order. This reminds you of Dark Souls for some reason. I wonder why that could be. I mean, after all, this game has nothing to do with Dark Souls. Not a single similarity. Lies of P is harder than anything FromSoft made. With the DLC? Yeah, maybe. I mean, the Elden Ring DLC was also really hard, but... Lies of P is definitely a game that feels like they made it like a really hard challenge, but then the game is just like really on your side. Like, it gives you every opportunity. It's like, no, no, no. No, I know you're out of heals, but keep fighting. You can do this. You'll get a heal back. Like, it feels like the whole game is designed to be like, yeah, I can do this. And then it's still really hard and you lose anyway, but... it's really nice like that. Okay. I have like 300 hours in Sekiro. I fly through it now. Yeah, that's what happens when you have 300 hours in a game. A discussion of difficulty cannot be influenced by, well, it's easy for me now that I have 300 hours. That's silliness. If the goal of the discussion is difficulty. Like, every game is easy on your second playthrough. And if a game is still just as hard on a second playthrough, then it's a poorly designed game that didn't teach you anything. You didn't grow. You didn't improve. What you got was a hollow victory, and it's sad that you don't know the difference. Okay, well, never mind then. Liza P has the best weapon durability implementation. Probably true. And it still might make the game worse rather than better. Not like worse, but like it's not very necessary. When I think of all the great mechanics in Lies of P, the durability system is not one that comes to mind. It's like an, oh yeah, that is there too, isn't it? What speedrun am I doing? Immortal Severence Restricted. I haven't played the Lies of P DLC, own it, but haven't played it. It's good. It's fun. It's really difficult. Nice. If it's the worst Sekiro speedrun, why am I running it? To get the world record. Because it hasn't been hyper optimized by Wormdog. It's not within 10 seconds of his sum of best. Like other categories. Do you think Astrobot won the Game of the Year fair? Sure. Fair. Like, I don't think they cheated. I don't think they paid off the Game of the Year, the Game Awards. Do I think they were the best game of that year? No.
Lies of P is supposed to be difficult, but even on first playthrough nothing took nearly as long as first victory against Trilena and Promised Lord Radar, on who I wasted a total of 8 hours BTW.
Sure, but Promised Consort is from a DLC. Like, the The DLC bosses in Lies of P took me, like, that long. And even base game Lies of P, there were a few bosses that took me a while. None that took me as long as Melania, but I don't necessarily give Elden Ring credit as, like, oh, Elden Ring is the hardest game ever, because it has one boss that's really hard. You know? Like, outside of Melania, Elden Ring's pretty easy. Well, not like pretty easy. I say that's too dismissive. I mean, within the context of the hardest games of all time, base game Elden Ring, every boss other than Melania is not one of the hardest bosses of all time. So you've got 164 not that hard bosses and one ridiculously hard boss, but I don't think we can just judge Elden Ring as Elden Ring is harder than Sekiro because Melania exists, you know? For example, I think you can still say that you think Elden Ring overall is harder than Sekiro. I think that's valid. But I don't think you can be like, well, Melania took me longer than Sword Saint Ishin. Therefore, Elden Ring is objectively harder. Because the average Sekiro boss is still, like, pretty difficult. And the average Elden Ring boss is less difficult. If you include the DLC, though, yeah, I mean, yeah. DLC kind of clears. I could. Why don't you just complete the run? Like every record will be world record? No. No, you still have to get a pretty good run for world record in this category. It doesn't have to be a perfect run, but it's still got to be pretty good. Generally, Sekiro is more of a rhythm-based game, as Elden Ring has a wider scope of tools that it, if ignored, makes the experience harder. Yeah, that's true. Elden Ring, if you ignore all of the tools, can be quite difficult, and if you use all the tools, can be really not difficult at all.
First, DLC of LOP is included in my statement. Even Arla Kino took slightly less than an hour. Second, I do not think Elden Ring is particularly difficult, just that Promised Radon was incredibly tough to beat.
Sure. That's fair. I mean, surprisingly under an hour, though. That Eliza P boss is, genuinely one of the hardest bosses that I've ever seen. But good job. It was tough. Thought I'd be stuck for days. I kind of was. I mean, I was stuck overnight. I got to him towards the end of a stream and had to go to bed and finish the next day. That works. We agree, Sekiro greater than Lies of P, greater than Elden Ring difficulty. I don't know. They're all three up there. Sekiro's the hardest for you because the learning curve is a lot harder. It does, yeah, it does start out very, very hard. And then you kind of lock in, and then it's kind of like, wait, this is kind of manageable. And then at the end, they're like, oh, you'd better be locked in because now we're throwing this at you. And you're like, oh! So Sekiro is really hard at the start, really hard at the end, and manageable in the middle. There is no part of the game, though, that's, like, easy. They create another Crab's Treasure is the hardest of all, surely. Just bring out the gun. Realize if he is harder because the perfect guard window is smaller. That's true. Yeah, that did give me a lot of trouble. Was Lies of P's perfect guard window being so small. Too small. Genuinely. Nice. I got the Gyolo look. There it is. What makes this category that bad? Exclamation worst. Or a little explanation. The very short is it's got all of the worst skips in it. All the worst skips and tricks that people don't want to do. There have been like 5 people that have run this category in the last like 3 years or something. Or in the last 2 years. What is Gyolo? It's one of the lucks of him running around where he falls down much faster than other running patterns, and he falls down so early that you can take an alternate path and skip the Akko sugar. In this category, you want the Akko sugar, but in other categories, you can skip the Akko and save time. I can almost play Sekiro blindfolded. Spent so much time on this game. You got the rhythm. I mean, then do it. It's maybe harder than you'd think, but easier than you might imagine. It is doable as long as you commit to actually learning it. Which was my first Souls game? Dark Souls 1. Really you're him with the skips in this category, right? I mean, your Mitra is God of Zips. Well, you know, we're learning them. We've got most of them pretty good. Oh, that's weird. And awkward. Nice. Sekiro is a game you can always play without it taking hours to figure out the controls and rhythm. Yeah, it is one that... It's like riding a bike. You never forget. It's very intuitive. Once you figure out what the game wants from you, it's so intuitive. It feels so rewarding, yeah. Is that a new strat? The Shichiman Death Revive. So, we have a strat where you would skip past the fog wall. You would just, like, jump around the fog wall. But the dying to the Shichiman is for a health setup here. It makes sure we have our revive available, which we're gonna need. And it helps us get to this very, very low amount of health, so I'll be able to poison myself and die in a bit. Nice. Welcome back. I watched Chainsaw Man. Not all of it. I've seen a few episodes. Please, no! Inbounds. The run is dead again. This is so sad. It just won't let me out of bounds. This is so sad. Still no full splits? I was busy today. I did not have time to make splits. Didn't have time to improve my metronome either. I had a charity event, and then, which was streamed right here on my channel. And then also had my mom come over to give me new emergency supplies for my car, just in case I don't know, get stranded in a snowstorm or something. In April, yeah. Well, you know, the emergency supplies last years and years, so...
Good morning, Mitch. Hope you're doing amazing and have fun. Praying gesture emoji, sun emoji.
Oh, thank you. Did it perfectly on first attempt when Hog Dude asked you home? That's gotta start calling home Hog Dude. I think it also was second or third try when I was showing home. Alright, have a good one, Taco Boy. Hog Dude is crazy. Excuse me? Yeah. Ain is starting Mouse PI. You can get a speedrunner perspective soonish for game rating. Yeah. I don't know if Ain shares my same perspectives. I mean, he has enjoyed a lot of the same games I have. You know, E33, Resident Evil, obviously Elden Ring. But I don't know. Lose my mind doing this over and over again for 5 hours daily. You mix it up with practice and stuff. This was also doing it yesterday. Yeah, it makes sense. A lot of people do like to do the, you know, the new type popular games. I do kind of typo. No, we like Hog Dude. Yeah, when I was showing Hog Dude. I sometimes think about whether it would be easier, whether it would be more fun, whether I would enjoy it more to be someone who just plays all the new games that look somewhat interesting when they come out. I think for most people, they might choose to do that or not based on... Oh. Will it be successful? But... I don't know. I would just decide whether I would have fun doing it And I think it could be fun. I did have fun for a while when we were just trying out random different games. Variety streamers have to be rushing through all the games all the time. Not necessarily. I think you can be a variety streamer and take your time on games. I think that's also fine. But would I enjoy it more than speedrunning is the question. Would I enjoy it? Of course. Just play a new video game. Like what's there not to enjoy? But I do also quite like speedrunning. And I am a creature of habit. I do like knowing what I'm gonna do each day and doing the same thing for a while. If I did variety, it would be like, you know, there'd be some days where you definitely know what you're doing. Oh, the game came out today. Of course, I'm playing that game. But then what about when you finish that? What do you do after that? Do you start a new game? If there's, you know, no game that just came out, do you go back and play an old game for the first time? How do you choose a game of the appropriate length so you'll be ready for the next release? Will I play Pragmata? Probably not. Mouse PI, I think I'm more likely to play than Pragmata. I don't know. They both look fun, though. What about that Chinese game Wu Chang? Did I ever speedrun it? I didn't speedrun it. I did play it. I thought it should have been amazing, and it was almost amazing, but just did too much to piss me off. Just felt not fun at too many points. When it was good, it was really good. And most of the time it was pretty good. But a couple of times it was frustrating. Having a set plan does help. Level design is miserable, also the bosses sucked. I think a lot of the bosses were good. I think some of the bosses sucked. The level design was a little miserable. It was a little too trying to be interconnected, trying to be Dark Souls 1, that it ended up just being like very confusing. Is Shuriken required for this run? Yes. I need to have a prosthetic so that I can swap my prosthetic to do the prosthetic swap grapple glitch. I guess it's not required specifically to be Shuriken. It could be spear, it could be firecrackers, but Shuriken's by far the fastest to grab. Can also put Speedrun on pause and play other games for a while. I can, yeah. I guess, sorry, I broke into a random conversation in general about being a variety streamer rather than specifically Pragmata and Mouse PI. I guess I'll try again. I don't know. That was a lot of time loss. Both do look fun, but I don't know that either of them looks so fun that I want to get away from my speedrunning right now. Because I am enjoying this. The grind. Yo. Play game and then goes back to older games. Ah. And there's nothing new out. Makes sense. This doesn't exactly factor into it 100%, but I also think I'm just better at speedrun stuff than variety stuff. I think there are people that are very interesting to watch do variety, but I think I'm a little too in my bubble of, like, play a game and be like, man, I really wish this was a Souls game right now. Instead of fully appreciating a game for what it is. 70 tips for bull skip, got it like 1 out of 30 tries. I've got a whole tutorial on bull skip on my YouTube with a bunch of tips. If you are having trouble, you could show a bunch of failed skips, like posted in the support channel of the Discord, and we could tell you, yeah, no, you're jumping way too straight. You need to do it at a 45-degree angle. That's the case for every Souls streamer. Yeah, it seems like if you like Souls, you really like Souls. And then everything else just doesn't compare anymore. I mean, getting a taste of variety while still it feeling like a fun challenge through Archipelago has been awesome. Love me some Archipelagoing. Except DS2. Look, even DS2. How many over attempts do you still consider all right? Like when you go, this is reset angle. I've noticed that it's quite hard to first try it. It is quite hard to first try it. I don't know. I just kind of go based on vibes. If it feels like it was terrible and I had to run around a bunch, then I'll probably just reset. And if it feels like it was kind of fast, even if it actually took quite a few tries, but each one was a fast reset, then I'm more likely to just be like, yeah, that was good enough. I don't have an exact answer for that. I just go based on vibes. Oh, why didn't you see me? We will now be shot at, and hopefully not shot. All right, not shot. Heal my health? Nope. I am getting intentionally low health for a setup that I need. Oops. Don't need to re-equip. I already equipped earlier. Me when I autopilot. Oh, that was bad, but somehow it still worked. As a main Souls player, I can say there are still games that are close to your heart, like BioShock series, for instance. Yeah. Out of bounds! Hooray! A continuable run. Finally. How many runs were finished today? 0 so far. We're hoping for this to be the first. Does not simply finish Sekiro glitch runs. Maybe Umnik does. Beautiful. Was Train to Busan pretty good? I've heard good things. Really? Why didn't it catch the ledge early enough? That's weird. Oh, slightly too far right. Well, that sucks. Why does it feel like my attack power is too low? Surely I just miscounted. How did you live? That's still pretty good. Where is it? Oh, it was all the way on the right. Oh my gosh, and as unlucky as you can get. On opener attack. I guess I have a second one. This is horrendous luck. The worst possible opener. I got 0 damage on him. Oh, and it didn't even catch on the lightning. Oh my god, this genuinely could not be worse. Oh, and then a wind, of course. Oh my gosh. The slowest dragon of all time. There has never been one slower. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I forgot vault over. Ah. Need flower too, right? Nope. Flower is not necessary for Immortal Severence. It is necessary to activate the Shura ending, but we can bypass that by air swimming to dragon. The only reason you even need the Mortal Blade is just to get the tears from dragon. What will I do after I world record? Do a different category. Hey, the worst possible opener again. No, you were supposed to deflect me there. I needed any move other than that one. No, why did you stall first? There we go. Got it. I think I still don't PB even with a double death blow, because this run has been so unlucky in everything. Can you do a lightning, please? Thank you. I jumped too early. I'm so bad. Well, yeah, I definitely just don't PB. This is so sad. That was horrendous luck. Horrendous luck on Dragon, horrendous luck on Ishin. And then I just messed up the monkey skip. Genuinely, like, a minute lost on Dragon and, like, a minute lost on Ishin. Like, that was so bad. That's incredible. Yikes. Well, oh well. You manually press a button for your skips, or is it programmed to the game? What do you mean programmed to the game? You mean like a macro? Like get something to do it for me? No, you have to press the buttons. Oh, splits? Do the splits know? The final split you do manually, which since I only have the final split because I haven't made the other splits, yeah, that's manual. All the rest of them, you can make auto splits, but I haven't yet. How to use grappling hook there? It's a glitch where if you're hanging on a ledge and you press grappling hook at the same time as something else, in my case I do crouch, that happens. We've tried to see if it makes a, like a, you know, no grapple, like never get the prosthetic run possible, but it does not. Not even close, because it's too limited. You have to be grabbing onto a ledge. So, that ends up being the one spot where it's useful. Early game skips, yep. Why do they call this run Immortal Severence? Because that is the name of the ending in the game. You are severing the immortality. The achievement that you get when you complete the game with this ending is Immortal Severance. Is Immortal Severance the true ending? No, it's more like the regular ending. It's not the extra short ending, but it's... not the longest, most involved ending either. Okay. Got a bug where you could just grapple everywhere? Did this ever happen in vanilla? No, that was a randomizer specific bug. Ah. Is the weird ending the true ending? Generally, people consider the weird ending the true ending, yeah? I don't think there's a super official answer to that, but... The weird ending is the one where the divine child is carrying Sekiro and sets off with Kuro to China to find the dragon's heritage, like where the dragon of immortality came from or something. I don't know. I don't know the details. I don't. It's weird. Or is carrying Kuro and travel with or Kuro. I don't know. Someone is being carried in the divine child or something. It's strange. Things speedrunners don't know. Divine Child takes Kuro into themselves and travels with Sekiro. Okay, that's it. To return the dragon to the west. It's strange. Implied to be Korea, as the Divine Dragon's design is based on a Korean dragon. I thought it was China. Because China's directly west of Japan, right? To the west. Ah! Yeah, I also thought it was a Chinese dragon, first and foremost. Why's my screen just showing? Showing me attempting to respond to an @mods ping. But it was already dealt with. Leaked. Oh, the public Discord server was leaked. Code Red. We got a Mountain Dew. Code Red. Did I Alt F4? I did, yeah. Excuse me.
bless you.
Thank you for the bless. I don't think I looked down. I think Kuro's gonna turn. See if a late looking down does it. Nah, he turned. Oh well. Just trying to get a completed, decent-ish run. One that does not get the worst dragon of all time into the most stalling Ishin of all time. What's the easiest game to speedrun for new learners? Of all time? No idea. There's probably a game... Well, there's actually many games that are kind of trivial to speedrun, where it's like, yeah, you can find a speedrun where you press 2 buttons and the game wrong warps you to the credits and you're done. But if you're talking like, you know, within the Souls realm, probably Sekiro is the best. Shura Glitchless is pretty approachable. That's why it has almost 500 people that have speedrun Sekiro with Shura Glitchless. The game you like to play, true. It. No idea that many people speedrun Sekiro. Yeah, it's kind of a surprising fact. I look, you know, on the leaderboard and I go, oh, okay, you know, top 100 times. Okay, those are pretty good. Oh, top 200 times, top 300 times, top 400 times, top 500 times? There's a lot of people that have run it. Nice. On to speedrun Sekiro and the Dead Rising games. Oh, interesting. Aren't those kind of auto-scrollers? That's the one with the... You're trapped in a mall with zombies, right? Huh? I've never seen that before. He just, like, did the animation twice. And just stalled me out. You sometimes fantasize you're the best Sekiro player? No? Cause I am. No, cause I don't know. Being the best Sekiro player doesn't really matter that much to me. I like whatever, you know, individual thing I want. A world record matters to me, but not like, with this world record, I'll be the best overall player. Oh, why did it slip off? The Rising speedruns have time skip mods. Ah. Okay. Okay, salvaged run. I had to not take any damage there, otherwise my health setup would be ruined. The run is alive. No, I missed a turnaround. Dead. Back to Ashina Reservoir. Rising 1 in Mall, 2 is in fake Vegas, 3 is in fake LA, and no one in the community likes 4. Dang. What's so wrong with 4? I've really understood Snake Eyes grab. To be honest, you guys can deflect it easily. Yeah, I mean, with some practice, it's not too bad. The main key to timing it is to make sure to actually do the hit. If you actually attack in between, it nicely, like, spaces it so that you, have a much easier time deflecting it. There's leaks for a 5th soon. Oh. Just deflect when she pulls. Yeah, basically. But I mean, you kind of have to know when she's going to pull. You can't see her pull, then press deflect, or you'll be late. Okay. Horse over the top trying to be quirky, and it didn't work. Ah. Need to equip anything. Darn. Bed, good luck. All right, have a good bed. I'm considering going off to bed myself. I can feel myself, like, zoning out. I actually don't feel tired. Like, yesterday I felt tired. I was like, I'm so tired. Today I don't feel tired, but I am sleepy. I can feel my eyes closing every so often, like, involuntarily. So I think I should get to bed. I mean, we also did still have a very long day today because we did the full T1 Done charity event earlier. So I'm almost back on my normal sleep schedule after New York completely messed it up. We're almost there, but my eyes are just closing. So I think now is a decent time to stop. It's 4 a.m. as well, which is like not like early for me. It's just if I was really pushing, we usually get to 5 a.m. But 4 a.m. ain't bad. So I think we call it here for tonight, and then hopefully tomorrow we're like back. You know, we're back. We're fully on the schedule. Easiest cheese, Genichiro and Al where an Ashina Castle rooftop can follow. Also, Lady Butterfly, where he just move and attack. Yeah. Those ones are pretty easy. Alright, let's raid. Kaylee! Who's doing Elden Ring no-hit any percent baseline run. Is she doing Rykard? Is it a Serpent Hunter route? She is doing Rykard. It must be a Serpent Hunter route. Interesting. I would not have expected that. I thought balls was the meta. Balls. Iron balls. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night. Or morning. Or afternoon. Or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Don't crunch the balls. Don't. That's. You leave the balls alone. Anyway, have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.